Hello, hello, everybody. I too am curious. Hey, Rubens. Hey, Tom. Hello, hello. Hey, Zohaib. All righty. Hey, everyone. How are you doing? So, I have nothing written. You're here, very first session. And the goal of this kind of series, and we'll see how long we can take it, right, is going to be build a SaaS product. That's what I do, with the aim to eventually sell it. And so we'll see if that works. We'll see how long it might take to make that work. And I got inspired by this by browsing microacquire.com, which turned into acquire.com. And let me just kind of show you a little bit of what this company does here. Filters, make me a circle. So acquire.com, for anyone who doesn't know, is this company that basically you can buy and sell like startups on it. And that's a cool idea. And so you can like log in and like browse listings and be like, oh, I just want to like buy a startup. And so based on like search criteria, you can just kind of browse stuff. So like here's like any SaaS product, right? Marketplace, mobile, crypto stuff, like any SaaS product. And you could be like, oh, I only want to spend, $5,000 on it, which in terms of like asking prices is very small. You can go up to 2 million. Or more, right? And so if you're like, oh, I only want to spend a trivial amount of money on this, how many listings do I have? And the answer is a bajillion. And so I'm kind of like browsing through and so much of this stuff is just like bullshit that surrounds Chat GPT API. And like that's all there is to it. They're just like, oh yeah, we just like use GPT through our heavy lifting here. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe we can do something a little more interesting than just wrap GPT and try to make it into an application. And so what I think we're going to do, what we are going to do, is we're going to build an app that I've had in the back of my mind for a long, long, long time. And they still got revenue. So they really don't. Like, this is, some of these do, right? It's like some of these say like, okay, trailing 12 months revenue 1K, right? But like some of them are just like trailing 12 months revenue $0, asking price 1,000. And this is how almost every single one of these starts, where it's like, oh yeah, there he goes. It's like pre-revenue micro SaaS, okay? Like you can't, that is the thing you just hear over and over and over again for all of these very small apps, right? Obviously, if you're asking for like 10,000, 100,000, $1 million, like your application has to make some amount of money. It has to be a business at this point. A lot of the stuff is like a weekend hackathon, right? Where they used WordPress and the OpenAI API to do something. And then when it comes down to it, it's like, well, why are you selling? It's like, I built something. And so many of these things are, it's a spin-off project, right? It does not fit our current business model. It has great potential. $5,000 for a SaaS startup, pre-revenue, micro SaaS, and someone else can fulfill the dream. Which, like, at this point, you're basically, I don't know, buying some random person's code. So I want to talk a little bit before we dive too far into like actually building this thing, right? Is A, what are we building? And then B, how are we going to sell it? And let's start with the second one, okay? You are going to sell your product or company or business, right? And I think it comes down to two reasons why someone buys you. Someone buys you because they're scared of you. Maybe that's just like the biggest reason. I suppose there could be another reason in there for like someone buys you because the technology fits what they need really well. Like you do something that they can't do and they want to move into a niche. But for the most part, when someone wants to buy you, it's because they're scared of you. And they're mostly scared of you because you're doing something better than they are and you're taking away their users, right? They're worried that if they don't acquire you, then you are one day going to be bigger than they are. And so, yes, your technology needs to be halfway decent, but fundamentally, you really just need to build something that people are going to use. And then you want to be able to have your exit strategy, right? Because you want to know who you could possibly sell to, who your competitors are in that space. Do we know that these things are selling? Is there a sold listings page? I actually don't know. That's a great question, Zohaib. I've looked at these every once in a while, and some of them have been on here for a long, long time. So no, they're not selling. But I think it costs some amount of money to list these. And so I don't know exactly what that is to like list your company here. I guess if it's free, then maybe you just list it like your weekend hackathon, whatever. But like some of these, like, trailing 12-month revenue is $100. So, we're asking for a little bit of money. You have to be definitely careful if you're actually looking to do this because some of these are just pure out scams. And I've run across that on Twitter a couple of times where basically they'll juice the numbers a little bit to be like, oh, I have revenue because I told my friends to sign up. And then I'm asking for, a multiplier of that revenue. When you buy it, all my friends are going to churn. And now you don't have anyone using the product, right? And so obviously the bigger you are, the more protection you have against that because if you have 10 people using your product, well, you probably have 10 friends and they might just be, playing this game. If you have 100 people using it, well, that's a little more protection. If you have 1,000 people using it, and you have Google Analytics to back that sort of information up, then you're pretty confident you're going to be actually buying something. I would very rarely ever say you should buy something this small, like under the $5,000 mark, just because you're not buying anything productive. So the goal here, Ahmad, sorry. The goal is going to be to sell something. And so what I want to do is the idea that I've had inkling in the back of my head for a while is going to be something very similar to like Zamzar. Or one of the many, many other things here that you can convert. The idea is, the goal is going to be to build a file converter SaaS, all right? And there's plenty of these out there that exist already. And you can see like you can do a bunch of popular stuff and whatever, a bunch of other things. And so the business plan, in a couple of words, is going to be build a very great experience for people to do their file conversions and create using for the SEO part of this, right? Create a bunch of very specific landing pages for people to easily do popular conversions. So, things like document converters or image converters, these sorts of things. Each of these are its own little landing page. And then have a bunch of content that promotes this entire strategy, have a bunch of pages, great for SEO to get people to land on them, and make it a great experience, and then build out your content marketing strategy. And we're actually going to, I'm not going to do all this on stream, but we're actually going to spend time building some content for this sort of thing, right? Blog posts, social media posts, things like that. And have that kind of build the audience for the business, right? Because at the end of the day, you're going to be successful, we're going to be successful here by having more people send and convert more files, right? But there's going to be a little twist that I think will be a lot of fun for this project. And the twist that I haven't seen other people do is we are going to convert anything to anything. So how I imagine this working, we can get out of this one. How I imagine this working, right, is every single sort of file type, let's call it, we'll just use the file extensions, right? Every single file type is going to exist. We're going to have to build this all, right? So it's going to take time to get there. But every single file type is going to exist within our application, right? And so you're going to have something like this, which is like, okay, great. Imagine this as nodes in a graph. And we have a PNG file type, right? And a JPEG file type. And there will be a converter which knows how to convert PNGs to JPEGs. And so when a user uploads a PNG and says, I want to get a JPEG output, then there's going to be this converter that understands, okay, we know what we're coming from, we know what we're going to, so therefore we can convert the file. And what this allows us to do, right, is it allows us to build out a graph of a whole bunch of things. And the crazy fun that I think we're going to get to, which is going to be wild, is going to be building out this graph to be absolutely insane. And so let me show you what I mean, right? We have like these sorts of files, and then we also have like documents, right? And so you have like a .doc, and then you have like a txt file, right? Or an RTF file, right? Rich text format. And then you have like a TXT file, right? And so it's like, okay, I want to go, from a document to a TXT, and there's a converter for that. Like, okay, that's pretty straightforward, right? Like, great, cool. And then it's like, okay, well, I want to go from a document, right, to a PNG. Now, this is where things are going to get wild. And this is where I think the entire marketing side of our business is going to come into play here. Because going from a document, a Word document, to a PNG can be done in a bunch of different ways. And we're going to have to figure out how exactly we want to do that, right? So one way we could do it is we could have a Word document and convert it into a TXT file. And then we could use something like Midjourney, right, to convert what is essentially a prompt in the TXT file into the output of a PNG. And so now you've successfully converted your Word document into a PNG, right, into a picture. Or another way you could do that is going to be, well, converting documents into PDFs is really straightforward. And then converting PDFs into pictures is really straightforward. And so the user could potentially want to do it that way instead and be like, instead of having like a prompt from the text, which is in the document, take the document, turn it into a PDF, and then take the PDF and convert that into a PNG. And maybe you only have some tool which goes into JPEG format, and then you're going to have another converter which converts it into a PNG. And so we're going to build out this graph, and we're going to add everything to it. Absolutely everything. And so you're going to have things like, you can make, your picture turn into audio. Now, why people would ever want to do this, I don't know. But it's going to be hilarious, and it's going to be possible. So maybe how this works is going to be, you have a picture, and the picture is turned into text, right? And we'll call that like, get the description of the picture. And once you have the description of the picture, well, that's pretty easy to just do a text to audio API where it could read out the description of the picture. And so now you can see in a world where you're like, okay, I want to upload a PNG and get out my MP4 file, and we will do that for you by running it through a series of conversions to make this happen. And you can imagine a world where this is going to get just more and more ridiculous in the absolute best way by being like, okay, we're going to mail shit, like physical things, right? There's a converter that can take something and mail it. And maybe that's only text. Maybe you can only mail text. But if you can convert anything into text, then you can mail anything, right? I'm going to convert my MP4 into something that I'm going to physically mail. Or, SMS for like random text message things. Or just like email, right? Much more virtual. You're like, okay, if I have some crazy obscure thing that I want to email, and it's like, how do you want to email it? It's like, well, you can convert everything into, at the end of the day, an email that we can send somebody, and they could do something with the result. Now, maybe that result is like, here's a download link, which is like the most boring of all things. Or maybe it's something much, much, much more esoteric. And this entire thing just gets more and more crazy as we add more and more file types and figure out how to do conversions. And one of the craziest things I saw, I think I favorited it. One of the things I saw, which like made me just laugh so hard, and I was like, okay, I think we have to do this, is, let's see if I actually favorited it. I don't think I did. Let me see if I can find it real quick on Hacker News. Maybe not. Well, what it was a project which, again, I'm seeing if I can find it real quick. Nope, okay, I can't find it. It was a project which converted GIFs, the image, right, the animated image, into an Excel spreadsheet. And I was just like, oh my God, like, what kind of world is this? Where you're like, okay, well, if we can keep it going, right? If we can support spreadsheets and can do that, then all of a sudden you can, like, yeah, right? You can convert like your PDF into JPEGs, into PNGs, into GIFs, into Excel spreadsheets. So like, yes, you can go from PDF into a Excel spreadsheet. And the most boring way this is going to be used, right? And like why this can be successful on its own is you have things like the iPhone's new proprietary format. And people are like, okay, well, like, how do I send this to somebody who can't open it? And you want to be able to do this conversion, right? And so this sort of conversion is, we'll call it just like, I don't know if there's gonna be a good name for it. We'll call it like a golden conversion. It's just like something that's so common, so frequent, and has such a burning need for most people that like we'll create special landing pages for these things and SEO the crap out of them and get as high as we can in sort of the Google and search rankings, because we want people to land on it and use our service to convert it and make that just like as great an experience as possible. And so then they'll be like, oh, I can use this service to do my conversions and stuff. And, they'll hopefully use it for more things in the future whenever they need to convert. And then the rest of this is going to be like the troll face marketing angle of it, where like 99% of our users are going to do things like this. And 1% of them is going to show up and be like, wait, okay, so I have like a CAD file, and how can I take my CAD file and turn it into, I don't even know what you would want to do, turn it into like a HTML document, right? Like, this is what I have, this is where we're going, how can I do that? And then just like explore this web of craziness that we've created that allows this to happen. And so this also is our data structure basically for the conversion aspect of our SaaS app, right? This is what's going to happen behind the scenes, where we're going to understand file types and have a list of converters that can convert between them. And we'll have better ones and worse ones, and we'll experiment and we'll kind of play with them, right? Because there's probably a billion ways to turn a document into a PDF, but how well that works is going to be something that we're just going to have to figure out and experiment with. And some of these are going to be like, oh, okay, text to audio. There's a ton of ways to do that. And maybe we'll swap in or swap out APIs depending on how good the quality is, right? And how much the user may be paying us. So there's a pretty clear path here as well for us to get users who will actually pay. For limited users, it's going to, for let's say free people and people without accounts, right? It will limit them based on like how big the files are and how many files you can probably convert at any given time frame. So maybe just like one at a time, and the files can't be super big, right? And so for most people who are going to stumble upon a website, call it 80%, those 80% will just be able to like show up, convert something, and then leave. And then for the 20%, right? Imagine people who need to just like do more conversions or larger conversions will have a paid sort of tier that allow them to do it. And then potentially in the future, there's the whole enterprise angle, right? Where if you build a really powerful sort of conversion tool that people fundamentally just like want to use, then you could offer it as like an on-prem solution, and people could just like toss it within it. So that way they're not uploading their files into the cloud. So let's see what we got here. IDK, sorry to interrupt. What happened to the time tracker you're building? Is it complete? The time tracker is relatively complete. In fact, we can go ahead and start tracking our time for this as well. This is what we were building last time. So here's our time tracker. And let's do building and selling SaaS session 1. I don't have a client for this. That's fine. We'll just start this. And we're off to the races. So it's like not done. There's like a bunch of small things to work on, but the bulk of it is kind of complete. And I didn't want to spend tons of time doing a lot of polish because most of that polish wouldn't be so interesting on stream. I think it's just a lot of nitpicking CSS and playing around with it and stuff. And so kind of just wanted to say like, all right, this is good for right now. And then if people want to contribute to it, the code's open source, right? So if you have stuff you want to add or stuff you want to clean up, then you're welcome to do so. Got a question. In time tracker, try to host on Vercel in build. It says there's an error occurred during pre-rendering page /API/account and all the API files. Well, I guess I don't know what the build error is. So that's one question I have. You should be able to, hey, Eduardo, you should be able to build it locally, right? And kind of see what it is. And I guess if you're following along, I would make sure you have, all the environment variables that you certainly would need. That's something that might stop the build process. But I mean, you can just post an issue on GitHub and let me know kind of what the build error is, and we'll take it from there. So, sell the time tracker. All right. So, how this is going to work is I imagine eventually this new SaaS is going to be hosted on AWS. All of this stuff going on in the background, these conversions, because file conversions can take a long time, especially when you start getting into anything involving movies, right? Especially when you get into that world, we will need to have all this stuff happen asynchronously. So from the beginning, this entire thing will be built to go asynchronous, which means we can host our front end and the API server, at least to start, on Vercel because they have a great developer experience. But Vercel doesn't, LK99 converter, convert into a super conductor. Vercel doesn't allow us, right, to run long-running jobs in the background, which is what the entire conversion process is going to be. And so we're going to have to break out of that idea of just like, we're only going to do this on Vercel, blah, 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 blah. This isn't the right thing for like a cron job or anything like that. What we need is in the background, we need like a conversion process, which is constantly running and churning through these. And so like what this is going to look like to start is it's going to look like, we'll call this the next.js app. And this is going to basically save stuff into two places. It's going to save stuff into S3. And this is going to be all the files that a user uploads. And then we're also going to save everything, all the metadata and stuff into a Postgres database. Whoop. Wow, I don't understand why that's so bad. It's just broken. Hello? Okay, guess we just can't make lines there. Green? There we go. So we're going to save a bunch of stuff into a Postgres database as well. And then there's going to be this kind of asynchronous background job. And this is not going to run on... This is not going to run within Vercel. This is going to be something that we host on a different server. And it's going to simply check the Postgres database to see if anything needs to be converted, pull down whatever file it has to from S3, run the conversion process, and then re-upload it. And in the meantime, the next.js application will just have some sort of long polling mechanism to be like, yo, Postgres, is my job done yet? Is my job done yet? And so the user experience will be, they upload a file, they say what they want to convert it to, and and then the next.js app just like polls, long polling, Postgres to be like, is this thing done yet? And when it's done, it will say, okay, cool, now you can download your file. There are other things we can do, like send emails and like let them know and blah, 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 but we're going to focus on that core use case first, and we're also going to focus most likely on the whole picture use case, all of these PNG, JPEG stuff. This is a very, very common use case that we have, and the converters are fairly well known. The background process here will basically have all of the converter logic it needs to like pull things together. And that's how it's going to work. The thing to note probably about this is planning on writing our own converters. I think that's important, right? We're not going to be writing these converters unless we get big enough and make enough money that we can. We're going to be using other tools and libraries that can do the conversions for us. Focus on a great UX. And so where I think I am and probably a lot of you also really can deliver the most value in this entire sort of thing is building a great user experience that helps people solve the problem. And so like, if this ever makes it to Hacker News, there's a lot of people who are like, oh my God, you can just install ImageMagick locally and like convert these things. And you don't have to upload them to a website. Oh my God, like this is crazy. And the answer is yes, that's all true. But there's also, I found just over the years, a huge part of the population that just will never do that. Absolutely, right? Like for a whole bunch of reasons, most of the time they're like, oh my God, I'm not going to install something random from the command line to like run this and then run a command to convert my image. And then a lot of times, also, you're in a situation where you just don't have access to those things. Like you're on your phone and someone sent you a file and you're like, oh my God, like I need this file to be in a different format. And I am on my phone to do this task, right? And so you don't have all the tools that you have normally available to you. And so you have to go to like some sort of SaaS app, right, where they host all the logic for doing this and you can do the conversion there. And so for a bunch of reasons, like this is just one of those problems that is eternal. It's always around and it always is going to be something that some percentage of the population needs. And so we're going to focus on a great UX. And then when we make money, I guess, if we make money, then we can sell it for more money, right? Because the second you start building actual revenue, then you can use that to be like, I want a certain multiplier of my revenue. And the point is here, not just to like build this converter, which is going to be hilarious and fun, but it's also going to be to try and sell this converter. And we already know there's a bunch of converters out there. So we already know there's a bunch of people we can sell it to. Like that's the exit strategy. The exit strategy is Zamzar walks over and says like, no, yeah, you're like, starting to be a little annoying. We'll pay you money to buy your converter. It's like, great, perfect. And then they buy it and then they shut it down and you walk away with, $10,000, $100,000, $1 million, some amount of money because you were a thorn in somebody else's side. But if we make money, I think this is really important. If we actually make money, right, then part of our business, because this will eventually be a business, is we will fund and donate to the tools we're using behind the scenes to help us do a lot of these conversions, right? So like ImageMagick and FFmpeg and Pandoc, like these are insanely powerful tools built by great developers who, spend a lot of their free time working on them for the open source community. And we're going to absolutely abuse the heck out of these things to do stuff that no one should ever do to documents and pictures and a whole bunch of stuff. Like it's going to be amazing and horrible all at once. But we're using, right, their tools to make that happen. And so at some point, if we're making money from this, I think the right thing to do is to give back to that community and say a certain amount of the profit we would ever make goes to funding these tools. Because again, we're not the ones building the tools, we're simply using them. So I think all that's very, very important and kind of like brings this thing all the way around to what it looks like to try and build something a little more business oriented and not something that's like a weekend hackathon, right? So we know who our target users are. We know these sort of target users exist. We understand their pain points and when they might need to use this tool. We're gonna have to optimize the crap out of the website, and we're gonna have to optimize it to be good on mobile because these are use cases that pop up a lot. And if someone lands on your site to do a conversion, you probably have 5 seconds to impress them and get them to upload a file to see how it works to get that entire experience down, right? And so we just need to optimize for that. So the number one metric that we need, the only metric that matters, is probably conversions, I don't know, call it per day, per week, per month, whatever. Conversions per period, just call it period, right? This is the only metric that matters. And we're gonna have some dashboard somewhere that tracks that number. Because if that number is going up and is going up consistently, then we know we're doing the right things, right? And if that number is flat or doesn't exist, then we know we have more work to do. And so I think by having a fantastic user experience here, right? And so not all that will probably happen on stream, just because I think it's gonna be so nitpicky, pixel pushing, and like design iterations. And I'm gonna ask friends and stuff to take a look at it, and designers, and like everyone should have an opinion on this. Like, how can it look so good and just be so clear what the user needs to do? And then we have to make sure like the whole conversion process works also as well as possible. And then the whole, once you have like those pieces together, once you have the technology together, then the business, I think, will just be around making sure you are hitting the right pain points to get people to pay money. Like, oh, I need to upload this file, and you know, it's a 30 megabyte audio file, but the free version limits me to 10 megabytes. It's like, okay, well, 10 megabytes covers 80%. So like, that's what we picked. If you want something bigger, you have to, you know, make an account and pay a little money. And I think I think it's a fair thing to do. Like, when you have more complex needs, then you're going to have to pay a little extra money. And hopefully at that point we've won over the sentiment that we can do the conversion. And so you're pretty happy to pay. So with that being said, yes, very excited to see how far it goes. I hope we won't use to pay AWS, which I've been recently looking forward to what it'll look like. Yeah, so we're going to, like, and I guess I'll keep one thing in the future is all this is basically going to stay the same. I think it's important to kind of future-proof your apps in a smart way, right? This is all going to stay the same, and we're probably going to use S3 forever for this sort of stuff. But this whole background conversion thing, what eventually this is going to look like, almost undoubtedly, is we're going to have like an SQS queue of jobs, right? And if this gets big enough, what's going to happen is we're going to have a bunch of workers that read off of the queue. And each of these will be able to handle conversions. And so we'll be able to scale these independently, right? S3 scales infinitely, Postgres scales infinitely. We'll be able to set these up and scale it. And then when someone uploads a job, the hard part about this is going to be getting the conversions to happen as quickly as possible. And so we'll drop a payload into SQS, the simple queuing service, and we'll fire it off to a bunch of workers that listen on it. These workers will do the conversion and then upload the final result into S3 and inform Postgres that, hey, the conversion is done. And so then the app can correctly tell the user, you can download your file now. So this is kind of going to be like the final thing, but setting up these workers, I think, is more trouble than it's worth to start. So in the spirit of keeping it super, super simple, we're going to start with just our next.js app, and this will be on Vercel. And Vercel's already hosted in AWS, so we're within the same data centers already. And so uploading it to S3 will be simple, and Postgres will be easy. We'll use a Postgres server I already have. And then this is just going to be something that we run on like DigitalOcean or something, right? We don't need to focus on making it super fast, because I don't think the speed of the conversion is going to be the limiting factor to start. I think it will be the limiting factor at one point, but not to start. The start is going to be like somebody shows up on your webpage and says, like, I have an iPhone, how do you say that? HEIC file. I have an iPhone picture. I need it to be a JPEG, right? And they want to like click one button, click their picture, and then see some cute little like, we're doing it, we're converting it, yay, and then be able to download it, right? And if they get that experience and it takes, 4 seconds instead of 1 second, I think they'll be okay. As long as they're kind of like informed what's going on, which of course we'll want to do anyways, because if you're like, oh, here's my audio file, transcribe it to text, like that's just going to take a certain amount of time anyways. So yeah, this can become very, very complex. And this sort of web of craziness is going to be all the complexity at the end of the day. But it's also going to be all the hilarity, so I think it's well worth it. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. So I have absolutely nothing done so far. And so what I need from you, fabulous people in chat, for the next n number of sessions where we don't have it, is we need to figure out what we're going to call this thing. Because if we're going to sell it, we want to have a domain name that is sellable, right? And just a Vercel subdomain is not going to cut it. We need a brand, we need a domain, we need to pull together the business side of this, right? You can't just build your weekend hackathon and then sell it. That's my pre-revenue micro SaaS BS. That's not how it's going to work. So to start, we're just going to create our next app, and we're going to call it Converter. About as boring as we can do. Call it code name, whatever you want. This is not going to be fully open source, is my plan. I will open source it if we don't sell it and I totally give up. I think that is fair. But to start with the goal to sell it, I think it would be a poor plan to open source it with the goal to sell it. So you can follow along and watch all the code and you can like write this thing yourself. But the goal here, again, is to build this and to sell it. And so I think, it's going to just make the most sense to be like, well, it's not open source. Because it's open source, then why people are going to buy it from me when they could just take the source code? I suppose if we had a super strong brand, then we could get away with it, but we don't yet. So, hey Mav, what is up? All right. So with that, we have created our Converter project 5. And this is just your very normal, regular next.js project. There's absolutely nothing special here at all. So what I like to do to start is I like to delete all of the junk that they give me because I don't need any of it. So we are using Tailwind and we can use enter to start. I think that's fine. So let's call this Converter and convert anything to anything. Thanks. So that's the goal. The goal here is to literally convert anything to anything. How's the font size look? Pretty good. In fact, it's a little big. All right. And then the homepage, we don't need any of this. Just gonna delete it all. Blah, 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 blah. This is all the default stuff. Hello. All right. We deleted all of that stuff and we don't need anything here. And then let's go to our Tailwind configuration and delete still more crap. Okay. So we haven't built this at all yet. So this hopefully should work fine. Let's see if it does. Hello. All right, what's our zoom level here? All right, 200%, perfect. Zoom in the dev tools a little bit for people watching at home. All right, so we have a brand new project here. Let's go ahead. I'm going to create a new GitHub repo, and I'm just going to call it Converter. This is under my account. Unfortunately, we're going to make it private to start. And we're just going to create it. This is kind of what you would expect. And then we're just going to run the commands that it gives us to immediately set up our Git repo. I toyed with the idea of not using Vercel at all here and just going straight to AWS. But AWS still, in this day and age, has no good way of like you push your code to a GitHub repo and they package it and deploy it for you. Just doesn't exist. Which to me is mind-boggling. All right, here's our converter repo. Now we can go to Vercel and we can add a new project. Blah, 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 converter, import, converter, next.js, everything, deploy. Again, I love setting this stuff up end to end right as we get started, right? This way, every time we're pushing to production. And so there's no gap here at all where we're like, oh, like we have this working locally, but it's not really working in production. We have to like add all these environment variables that we forgot to add and all this stuff. It's like, no, just go. Set it up, get it working end to end. There's not going to be anything there, but that's okay. And then we can just go back to writing code. So, all right. So this is all the stuff we've cleaned up and we don't need this anymore. So let's go ahead and start. Boop. Done. I have an issue tracker here. So we're going to, let's see. We need to do a couple things to really get this going. We're going to work on the upload API first. And this is actually very convenient because I just made a video about how to do an upload API with next.js. And because this next.js application is not actually doing the conversion, right? We're gonna have a background process that does it. All the API has to do is take whatever the user uploads, send it to S3, and then save the result into a database. So we need to set up some sort of database here. We'll be using Postgres because I think it is the best database. And then we will also need, and then we'll also need to set up AWS, and then we'll have an API for doing the upload, and then we'll be able to check on the status of our upload, and then we'll also write an API for downloading. So those are like the 3 APIs this app needs to be able to do something. And then on our homepage, we're just going to build out like a very basic form to upload and a button to download. So for anyone who's kind of watched me do this all before, the goal is to get to like MVP where like it's working end to end as quickly as possible. And then we just start filling in the gaps. And this way, like we can start dog fooding it immediately. So the first converters are going to be all of the image converters, which means you, lovely people, will be able to like convert things if you want to. Hopefully, was it 12 o'clock? In a couple of hours. All right. So we're gonna do a new file. We can call it API upload route. And then we're gonna have API, let's call it status route. And then we'll do API download as well, right? So these are going to be the 3 things. So I guess we probably won't start here. We'll do the upload one first because this is going to require the most work. So export async function post, and this is going to have a next request, right? And so we're going to turn a new next response, and can I just do I can do a JSON, right? And so this is going to be, let's just do status okay to start. We don't need new because we're just calling the static method JSON. And so this is like your very basic, like, okay, you uploaded something. Okay, we're going to respond. Now in this, what we need to do is we're going to need to load the file, upload the file to S3. So we need to do all that setup. And then we're going to save the metadata to Postgres and then return a UUID. So uploading it to S3, we'll do that in a second. That's not hard. It's just a bunch of clicking through. I'm learning Terraform, but I don't know enough to do all this right now in Terraform. I could ask ChatGPT to do it for me, but I feel like we're just kind of going off the deep end there. Terraform is when we are, let's say this, when we switch fully to AWS, we'll use Terraform then. Rubens, direct in production, interesting approach. Yeah, we checked back on that, right? Congratulations. Here's our converter in, right? Converter, Ashen, Vercel. So hello. So here, woo, look at that. We are now live in production. So every time we push to main, right, we're going to get this working and updating, which this just means like we have our full end-to-end pipeline set up already. Instead of like having to do that later, it's just so easy to get going now. So that is good to go. And then Mauve, latest live stream helped me with Stripe integration so much. Yeah, that was a fun one to go through. I'm gonna make it into its own video as well to do like, if you're just looking for a Stripe integration, like here's a couple ways to do it. But that was definitely a fun thing to run through. So this series, we need to make money. That's the goal. So if anyone in chat wants to buy this, then let me know what your price is, and we'll talk. So let's see here. We're gonna have a couple things, but I guess so. The first thing is we're going to need our AWS keys here, so we might as well make that file. And then we're also going to need Prisma because we're going to use Prisma and we're going to use Postgres. So for using Postgres, let's set up a Docker Postgres. Instead of time tracker, we're going to just call this converter. Again, current code name. Docker app's not even running. If the live stream stutters, blame Docker. This thing destroys your CPU. So we'll use that, and then we still need our name. So shout out some names in the chat. We will get it for free. The only condition on a name is that it needs to, the .com should be available. We can start bidding now, and the highest bid wins after the final session. Yeah, the thing is, for the highest bid and people in chat, okay, you need to actually have the money. You can't just bid $1 billion and be like, I win, okay? You have to like, give me your credit card number. Start charging these things. Just kidding. So let's go ahead and get Prisma set up. So to do that, we're just going to install Prisma. Then we're going to install the Prisma client. And then we're going to Prisma init. And now we have Prisma set up. So if we jump over to Prisma, here we have our lovely schema, database URL, which is just fine, and they've added it into our environment. So here we can do Postgres, no password, and this is going to be converter, right? So all that is what we need locally to get this working. Really curious about the pricing strategy. Yeah, so the pricing strategy is going to be mostly free because we want to capture anyone who just like shows up and wants to convert something for free. So we'll have free, but with limits. And then if you create an account, I think we'll bump all the limits a little bit because we want people to create an account, and that will also be free, right? Anything that captures a user's email is valuable. So we'll also let them do that. And then to bump up the limits more, we'll have like a pro sort of subscription. I'm imagining like $10 a month, convert unlimited files, bump all the sizes of like things up quite a bit, and allow them to do more esoteric conversions, right? Like if you're a free user, converting from, I'll just say like converting from text, like a prompt, into a, movie would involve a bunch of different conversions that have to happen, right? Let's say like you have a text file with several prompts, and we convert all of those into images, and we take the images and turn it into a movie, and like we create it that way. Something like what Apple does with like iPhone movies, like with the slideshows and stuff. Like we could basically make a converter that builds like a slideshow, but instead of having pictures, you have prompts. Like we can do that. And the thing is, like, that's going to hit a bunch of APIs that probably are going to cost us, the business, some amount of money. So if you're going to be doing some of these conversions that cost money, there's either a lot of limits in place because we don't want to spend a ton of money, or you just need to pay us money. Once you pay us money, we're happy to do these conversions for you. So figuring out exactly what those are is going to be, the fun part about this. But we're definitely going to have it in place relatively quickly. Probably not today, but maybe next time. Here's our time tracker, which is public. And I'm just going to jump into our Prisma schema here. And I'm just going to steal this code to start. Because we did this all already. And we want this to be multi-tenant. And I love my IDs and how I'm doing this. For anyone who hasn't seen this before, what we're doing with our IDs for all of our models is we're generating a random UUID for the ID, removing all the dashes, so it's a very consistent small string, and then we prefix it with what type it is. And so this ends up being something like for a tenant, right? Like TNT, and then this is the UUID. And a user is like user, and here's a UUID, which is great for a couple reasons. A, when you look at something, you know exactly what the ID is, which is going to be great. And then because there's no dashes, you can double click it to copy it. And I can't tell you how much this annoys me when I can't just like copy my ID anywhere it appears, right? In logs and everything. And so by doing it this way, we get the best of like all the worlds at the cost of, we're not storing it as a number or we're not storing it as a UUID. So we lose a little bit of optimization. So we'll see if that comes back to bite us when we have like 13 million conversions. Healing with Love, what are you building? We are building a conversion SaaS app, which will allow you to convert any file, into any other file. And we're going to make it so ridiculously crazy that you'll be able to convert your documents, your Word documents, into Excel spreadsheets or GIFs or movies. Like, we're going all the way. You will be able to convert anything into anything. So we're going to come back to some of this. Stripe customer ID is probably fine to have. The plan we're going to remove. Maybe not, actually. Why don't we just take the plan too? Because we know we're probably going to do that at one point, and we painstakingly figured all that out. So we can just remove all that logic, and now we have our tenant. Expiration date is when their plan expires. Invite key is actually okay. We can do that. And then you have your users. So now we have our model user. Same thing. Here's a user ID. Prisma with a dot. Yeah, right? Seriously, OXTZ. Oxt. Like, the fact that they can't read from the environment.local file is just mind-boggling. There are ways to do it, but it's way too much work to actually do. So for our users, we will decide later if we want to do like an OAuth login. For now, I think honestly, we have what we do. We did Gmail before for the time tracker, so let's think about that for a hot second. We have the tenant they belong to, and then we're also going to add in, we'll call it, I guess, conversion, which is like a conversion happening. So here, Copilot was nice enough to give me a conversion ID, created that, updated that. The tenant is good, save that. The user ID who it belongs to is good. And we're gonna have a couple extra fields here that we want to keep track of. And I actually wrote these down at one point. So we're going to have the location, and this is going to be the file location. So maybe file location is a nicer way to describe it. So basically, where is this located in like S3? We're going to have a from which we might change some of these names, but what, we'll get back to this, I guess. What file type is this coming from? And also, what is it going to? And both of those are required. And then currently, what is it? And then we're going to have a status, and the status is going to be another enum. So we'll bring that down here. And this is going to be something like that. I think that's pretty good. So the conversion status. And then string. And then if there was an error, what was the error, right? And so when a user uploads something, they're going to get this ID. So now they've uploaded something. We save it to S3, so we have it in a file location. We have the from, so what type was it originally? We know what we're going to, what type are we getting it to? And with that, from, to, and the current type, we know where in the graph this is, right? So if you say, okay, I have a doc, a Word document, and I want it to be a JPEG, then we will traverse the graph, and we'll have to work on our traversing of graph algorithms. To start, I think we're going to do a breadth first search and just kind of go with it that way, which is going to find the shortest path. But some of these are going to be the same length path, and some of them are going to be better paths for conversions, right? Like, this gets crazy, but it's a lot of fun. So we might end up implementing something like Dijkstra's algorithm or A star for like a pathing algorithm to decide what the best path is to go from it. And then of course, if a user wants to, they'll be able to tweak the path, right? So they can say like, I have a Word document and I want to make it a JPEG. And let's say I don't want it to be a PDF at any point, right? They can be like, okay, we're going to make the document into a text document, and then the text document can be, I don't know, changed somehow into a JPEG. The text document can be turned into audio. The audio can be turned into a picture. How do you turn audio into a picture? We'll find out. So the user might be able to like actually specify like how they want the conversion to go. Our data model currently does not support that. And so what that's going to be is, it's in the future, it's going to be like it'll be something like a conversion path. And this is going to be, we're not going to do it right now because it's complicating the MVP. But the conversion path is basically going to outline what path through the graph that it should take. And so it's going to be like, probably something just like node, and that's going to be like the file type it's going to go through, right? And so you'll basically be able to specify like, okay, for this particular conversion, right, I want it to go through these nodes, and that's how we can let the user actually say like what exactly they want it to be. Not to mention, as I think about this a little more, we're going to save this. There's probably a really, really cool world where there's like this concept of I guess there's probably a better way to describe this, which is going to be like, so in the future, we're probably going to have this idea of a transformer. And the transformer is different than a converter, right? A converter is going to convert it from file type to file type, but a transformer is going to convert it within the same file type. It doesn't actually change what the underlying type is. It just changes what kind of like the data looks like. And so these transformers, a great example of this, right, is going to be right? You can make filters for your pictures to like Instagram them and make them look pretty. And so at some point in the future, a part of this business could be like, you can like put in your PDF and turn it into something and then, you know, apply a filter to it to change it and then output that. And of course we'll have APIs for all of this, right? And so this will allow people to like build their own things on top of our platform of conversion. So you'll be able to convert anything to anything and do transformations. Like some of the coolest transformations for this could be like, imagine writing custom code in JavaScript as like a transformer. So you could say like, I want to take my document, turn it into a text document, run a custom transformer of custom code on the document to change the formatting, and then take that document and like turn it into an HTML page. All right, fine, I'll save it. Content, we'll call this live converter, and this is going to be backend. So yeah, I'm actually like stoked to put this together. I've been thinking about this for 10 years and just never ever bothered to do it, but I think it's just too much fun to not do right now. All right, so we have Docker finally running, so we can start our Postgres database. Thank you. We can do Prisma migrate and do our very first migration. Our database shut down. Why did our database shut down? Oh, honestly, I think I just hit Control-C. No, database system is shut down. Received fast shutdown request. Now I'm thinking conversion to from MDX would be great too. Yeah, markdown, right? 100%. Server done, server creator, ignoring Docker entry point init b log. Received fast shutdown request? I don't think we did. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, whatever. It worked now. Yeah, Rubens, think like custom transformers. So another one that I've seen before, this was on Hacker News at one point, was someone wrote a program using, I want to say it was Image Magic, but it might have been something else, which took a PDF and make it look like it was scanned. Right? So like it tilted it slightly, it added some blurriness, it like added a little bit of noise to the image. So it looked like you had scanned the PDF, because some people want you to scan something instead of just using like the digital copy, which of course is ridiculous. But it's one of those things where like that is a great use case for somebody who's going to be frustrated that are like, you need to scan this. And they're like, well, I just like signed it on my computer. You know, yeah. And so it's like, okay, well, that is going to be one of our SEO landing pages where people can land on it, upload a PDF. We automatically do that. And it's only touching like a small part of the overall web of craziness, right? It would basically just be, PDF to PDF, right? So like, that's all it's doing, but it solves that specific problem as a part of this larger thing that we can do. And so by solving each of these specific pain points, we'll be able to build trust and consumer, trust with the brand. So that comes back to like building a brand, which is different than just building a weekend hackathon pre-revenue micro SaaS. I can't get over that. Are you using Docker? I am, Peter. I use Docker for a bunch of stuff, but locally it is the best way to just run a quick database, right? Like it's one line, boom, there you go. Like here's your database, run it, and then it's just so easy to do it locally. So I do. So now let's make sure we generated the client, because that always gets us. And then we're going to restart our dev server. And we can jump back into the code. So that's Prisma. So we have our tenants, we have our users, and our conversion belongs to a tenant and a user. So we're going to have to actually change this already. Because we want people to be able to anonymously do a conversion, which means not every conversion will belong to a tenant or a user. So these are actually optional. And we want to change this anyways to conversions. And we want to change this to conversions, users. So we've already changed this, which means we can just delete the migration, stop the database, restart the database, which blows away all of that stuff. And then we can just recreate the migration, right? So instead of having to do another migration, we can just do the same thing again and we're good to go. So like in the beginning of your dev cycles, just think about how you can like as quickly as possible iterate and don't worry about data and all that stuff because we don't have any data yet. So now we can kind of do some of this. So we're going to toot my own horn here a little bit. We're gonna go to my blog. We're gonna go to how to upload a file in next.js with no directory. And we're going to copy the information here because this is exactly what I need. Thanks, past Ethan. You're being so good to future Ethan. So here we're just getting the data named file, which will be a file. And then if there is no file, like they didn't upload something and they called this API, then we're going to change this a little bit to make it nicer. We're going to return a new response, JSON stringify, and we're going to call error no file found. And so this is just a little nicer because we can now do status 400 and return a bad request instead of a 200 okay. It's a little annoying having to like do all of that code. And we're going to make sure we spend quite a bit of time getting our errors just right because again, we're going to be targeting a certain consumer mindset of people who are showing up on the app. And we want everything we do to be crystal clear for like what went wrong and what they should do differently. And then we get our buffer from this. We should import buffer from node just because we don't want to use the global one necessarily. So it's all the same really, but that's the buffer. So now we have the data, right? And so now we're going to upload it to S3. And now we're going to save it to Postgres. So we can do const conversion equals await new file lib Prisma, and here we need our Prisma. I just had this open. So we're going back to our time tracker. The Prisma docs have this too, but I didn't know I just have it in here. We're just gonna copy out that and paste, right? This is a file in lib Prisma to basically just get the global client and make sure we don't like build a billion of them if we don't need to. So we'll cache it on the global and then use it. So now we can call it here, await Prisma, conversion, create. So here we're going to create a new conversion and we can take a look at our schema. What do we want? So we want the file location, which we're going to get from S3 and then from to current and status. So we'll stub that out for right now. And then from to current status is going to be Prisma dot, I think there's a good way to pull this in, right? Conversion status. We want the enum itself. It's from the client. All right, and then because I realize I want we're gonna do a new prettier RC JSON file and semi-false and single quote true. And now we get our trailing commas back, which I guess I have some file somewhere that cancels them out. All right, so this is gonna be a little tricky in the future, but for right now, we can be a little laissez-faire with it. So first of all, the 2 is going to be what they want to convert it to. And that's going to be something that we just get from their request, right? So we'll do const2 equals that. And we can check it as well. We'll probably want to just validate this using some validation library. So we'll do that in a little bit because writing all this is going to be a little annoying. Right, we're basically just doing the same thing over and over again. But now we can have the to. The current is the same as the from. And so here we get the data file as file. And the file should have a file name attribute associated with it, right? So const from equals file dot name. And here we want to call Node.js get file extension. Extension name from path. So we can do this and get the extension name. And this may or may not have the period associated with it. So we'll just make sure we remove the period from the from. And so now we have the from. So we know what it's coming from, which is the file extension. And the current one to start, right, is going to be from. The status is pending, hasn't done anything yet. And the file location is where we saved it to S3. So this is going to look like something like, you know, that. And then what we return at the end of the day is going to be the conversion.id. And so this is what the client is going to use to look up this upload and see what the status is. And when it's done, it will be able to download it. So the last thing now is going to be how can we upload this to S3? So let's go and do upload file to S3 Node.js. And I wonder what's fastest if I just look through this or if I ask ChatGPT. Right? TypeScript that will upload a file to S3 given a bucket and a key. Okay, while this is going, let's go to our AWS console. And oh my God, guys, my phone is my multi-factor and my phone is my camera. Which means I need my phone to log in. So we're going to disappear for a hot sec. Bye, FaZe. As we make this happen. Thanks, security. You're so good. This is what I get for not logging in ahead of time. Logging in, logging in. We're almost there, friends. Okay. We're in. Let's get our camera back. Professional streamer. Oh my god, you guys are brutal. Absolutely brutal. Look, no one said this was going to be easy. All right, so S3, let's go ahead and create a new bucket. We're going to call this converter. Oh God, let's do, there's going to be one for dev and one for production, right? We'll do one, so we'll do, we don't have a full, the bucket names are global, right? So like bucket names are global, so we need something that's global. We'll put it in USDs for now. So we're like dev, converter, Ethan, SaaS. I don't know. This is basically going to turn into some sort of like more fully qualified name. Hey Harish, welcome, welcome. Professional streamer, you guys are brutal. Object ownership, blah, blah, blah. We don't need it to be public because we don't want it to be public. Default encryption, server side is fine. We can do our own encryption later. Create a bucket. All right. So we now have our bucket. So here we can kind of do we'll do what, S3 bucket name, seems like a good name, and then our environment local, right? So here we have our bucket. We want it to be an environment variable because this will be different in production as it will be here. And then the key is going to be, well, let's think about this, right? There's two ways we can kind of do this key. We could use the file name, but then there's going to be collisions. So we really just kind of want it to be a random UUID. We could use the UUID of the object, but then we have to like save it to Prisma and then upload it and then update that it was like successful and didn't fail. So I think what we'll do is we'll just create our own UUID. With the UUID library. And so now we can import v4 as UUID. Oh, we need types. I can't believe this library doesn't have the types associated with it yet. It's like, whatever. Dev, okay. Good. So now we have UUID. So now when we upload it, we can kind of we'll call it just the key, right? Which is going to be a UUID, and then the from is the file extension. And we will put it in the bucket. There's probably going to be something that we do to like segment out these keys even further, right? Some folder structure, but to start, I don't think that's going to be necessary. We will tweak that later. So this is our bucket, right? So S3 bucket, and then this is going to be the key. So that's our file location. So now this should all be correct. And now we just have to finish the upload here. And how do you do that, might you say? We go to ChatGPT. Oh my God, is it really saying, oh, okay, cool. So we need to AWS SDK, seems right. So install the AWS SDK. And we will make our new S3 client. And here they have the bucket name, key name, and file path, which is just where they're going to read it off it. So we don't need this. We already have the bytes, right? So here are the params we can toss in. They say that. Okay, so this is going to be bucket, key, and this is going to be the buffer, which is the file contents, right? And for now, let's actually just remove the try catch. We'll just have this entire thing fail, which is totally fine. Okay, blah, blah, blah. We're missing something. Types of bucket are incompatible, which is not surprising. Oh, this is saying that the bucket might be undefined, right? So we'll just enforce it as a promise, then data, and then data.location does not exist. Oh, we are reusing this. Let's just call this upload response, right? File uploaded successfully. We'll log that upload response, and that should match whatever this is, because bucket and key should be the same. Although we probably can and should just use that in here. We'll test that out in a second. So the other thing, of course, is we need to make sure we have configured this. So we're going to do that here. And this will be process.environment.aws access key, which I think it actually pulls from the environment automatically, right? I think it's AWS access key and AWS secret key. But we can be explicit here. Right, AWS access key environment variable. I'm pretty sure this is the command line. AWS access key IDs. We'll just call it the same thing. And then the region 2, right? Which probably is something here. So process.environment. So now we can take all these, and in our local, so this can be US East, and then we need an AWS key and an AWS secret key. So, friendaroonies, let's go back to our AWS account. We're going to create a new IAM role. We're going to call it converter dev. I wonder if I can just patch policies S3. And we can get really specific here, but we won't. And converter dev can now have a access key. And now we will move this off to the side so I don't leak these. All right, and now we will set them the access key ID and the secret key. Okay. Done. All right, so now that we have set these, we can close out of our environment variables. How do you arrange a terminal like that? I can create a whole video about this. Yeah, this is tmux that we're using here. So it allows you to have like multiple panes that you can kind of bounce around, which is super useful, although it does require some getting used to for sure. So AWS configuration, we have that. We have our bucket, we got that. And now we should be able to upload it from our bytes into S3. We should upload it. We'll see if it's successful, and then we should be good to go. So this is a post request to, right, API upload. And so if we go to our page here, we should be able to start testing this, at least the upload portion. So we'll do just a very, very basic form. And if we go back to my blog post, we can do this all as a React server component, right? But we made an API for it, so we won't. We're doing this instead. So let's go ahead and just make a little client component form and copy all this into it. So we will do, let's just do form, paste this. Right, so this is going to be use client. And we're doing API upload, post data, which is perfect. We don't handle the error perfectly yet, but that's okay. The name is file. And then we also need another input here, right, which is going to be type text, and it's going to be 2. And so this is a little hacky to start, right? Which is like, what are you converting it to? And the answer is like, well, we're just going to have the user type it in. But that's okay, because we will make it better soon. Again, make it work, then make it good, right? That's the mantra. Make it work, make it good. Okay, so now we can do form from upload form. Great. And I think, let's see, after an hour and a half, we should be good to successfully upload something. So let's do a hard refresh, see what we got. So we got our home, no file chosen, to upload. Whoops. So here's the 2. So let's see here. We should probably have a decent test file hanging around, I would think. We're doing images to start, right? So let's do document, no, downloads. What random image do I have lying around? An easel. It's perfect. So I have, oh, no, that's another random picture from my thing. Called icon 2. Okay, this is a picture of an easel. So very little cute icon type thing. It's a PNG. And so we will convert this into anything we want in theory, but let's just do PNGs to JPEGs, right? So we can just drag and drop to the choose file, and then we're gonna do JPEG as the 2, right? And network, go, let's take a look at what this is and click upload. Okay, so we got a 400, no 2 found, probably because we didn't include this here. So data set 2 file, so here 2, set 2, use state string, right? We need to capture all this. So value 2 on change e set to e target value. Okay, so now we have our input wired up. We have this wired up as well. So now we have file, file, file. Now we have file, and this is now 2. And we're now sending it. Okay, great. So our validation did exactly what we wanted it to do. Perfect. Let's do a hard refresh. Icon. And then to JPEG and click upload again. Ah, yeah. So we have our conversion. Let's check out our terminal here. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Looks like they want us to update our AWS SDK to v3. Okay, that's fine. Whatever, whatever, whatever. And then file uploaded successfully. And here is our bucket that we named. And then here's the full URL. And then here's this. So if we're doing the S3 location, it's just going to be, I think, the bucket / the uuid.png. So that should be fine. And if we jump over in our AWS console, right, to dev converter, here we go. Here we have our picture. Hey, Dadbod Games, welcome, welcome. We are building a conversion SaaS product that the goal is to convert any file to any other file. Now, obviously, there's like the main ones in there, converting document types, converting images, converting stuff to PDFs and whatever. But then there's also the crazy ones, which is like convert this picture into an audio file. And we're going to do that too. So it's a lot of fun. And we are currently in the process of uploading our things to S3, which work. So here's our perfect little thing to upload to S3. And now we need to do all of this again for production. Which we will do in a little bit. So this is a good stopping point because we've added a lot of code. So let's go ahead and just add everything and do feature upload files to S3. Now this won't work in prod because we need to create a production database and we need to add in our AWS account information there as well. So did we get past the part where we asked, is there a market for this? So the answer to that is, first of all, that's a great question. File conversion, I think, is a evergreen market. It's something that people consistently have to do. And there's a bunch of file conversions, right? It's like convert, here's a great thing, right? So you have like PDF to Excel, PDF to JPEG. This is probably one of the most common ones, right? Which is like your iPhone gives you this new fancy format, which has better compression than normal. But if you get one of these, you have to convert it to something else. And so there's a bunch of ways to do it. And there's just a billion ways to do this conversion stuff. So a huge part of what we're going to do is not only build the technology part of this, but also work on the SEO and the brand and the marketing to try and break into the noise a little bit. The convenience of an AIO app is worth paying for. I think a lot of this is going to be people doing it for free. And then we're going to add limits, so you can only do so many at once, or you can only do so many from your IP address, or you can only convert things with like a certain data size, right? File size, things like that. And so we'll figure out what that is. So like most people could probably use the service for free, and then the ones who like really have to use it will pay money for a premium tier, which removes a lot of those limits. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. I think the marketing side of this is going to be the biggest challenge, like actually getting people to pay attention a little bit. But the goal of the video in the series, right, is like build the SaaS and sell it. And how we started the stream was looking at a bunch of little SaaS apps, which are like pre-revenue micro SaaS. And almost all of them tell the same story of, I did this in a weekend and I spent no time on marketing and no time on branding. And I just like made this little code base, and we are going to go a step further and actually pay attention to the things that make a business and see if we can drum up a little interest that way and make it happen. And I've also always kind of wanted to build this crazy thing which allows you to convert anything to anything. So like being able to take a CAD document or something and convert it into, you know, a GIF or an Excel spreadsheet, or mail physical letters or email things, and have transformers that can like do custom code on documents, so you can like build an entire workflow and then share that workflow with coworkers, and they can just like upload stuff and have it run this transformer that you've built. I think there's a lot of fun things you can do in this area, but like the 80% is going to be, someone sent me an iPhone, how do I make it a PNG? So we'll see. Odds that this is successful, everyone here in the chat, is very small, right? The odds that we fail are very high. But that's okay. We're having fun, we're learning, we're writing a bunch of code. It is a good time. All right. So we have successfully uploaded a file. Dev only right now, but that's okay. We will do production a little bit later. And so now what we want to do is we want to have a status of the file. So a user knows what the status is. And by default, the status, go to Prisma, is conversion status pending, right? And then once we start converting it, it'll be processing, and then we'll set it to done when we're done. Now this is going to probably get more involved as time goes by, but to start, this will be a good place to start. I will follow this for building file share app. Yeah, you can probably share files this way too. File sharing, I feel like, is not as big a market though. Like Mozilla File Send. Firefox used to have this thing, right? What happened to Firefox Send? Where it's like, oh, you can like securely upload and send files, and like some abusive users were sending it to ship malware and conduct phishing attacks. It's zoom in a little bit, right? So like file sharing and file uploading is definitely a slightly sketchy thing that we're gonna have to be a little careful of, right? Because like what we want is we want users to be able to like convert files for their own use. That's good. What we don't want them to do is be able to like use it to share malware. That's bad. How do we stop that? Not entirely sure. What happens when that happens? We will figure it out. But that's definitely something we'll have to kind of watch out for as well. Follow this for, I want to keep my portfolio. Hey, yeah, I mean, hey, if you can build and sell a SaaS app, like, go for it, Ahmed. Get a good job. Yeah, I mean, go for it. Do it. 100%. I am not one to be like, my idea is worth money, right? This idea has probably been thought of 1 billion times. And we know there's a bunch of websites that do this sort of thing because they exist, you know, things like Zamzar. And they've been around for a long time, right? So like, this isn't a new idea. What we're doing is we're doing two things. A, we're going to just tackle it with a new look, a fresh look, and my perspective, which is different than other people's. Might be good, might be bad. And then the other thing is we're literally going to let you convert anything to anything. Like that's the hilarity. Like I want people to look at this and be like, I'm sorry, you converted my Word document into a picture book? Like, why would you do that? And the answer is, well, because I could, right? I want that to be the resounding feeling of people doing like the most absurd thing. Like, oh, you took my movie and converted it into an Excel spreadsheet. Why? Just like, oh, I thought it was funny. We could. So we did. Like, it's going to be hilarious. And the more ridiculous, the more outrageous, the better is what we're going for here. So, export async function get request next request. Why would you do it that way? And we're going to get the status of something. Now, actually, we're going to change this already into this. So what we want is we just want the status to actually be in the route parameter. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to paste it, and then I believe we get params as the second thing. So type route params equals the ID string, and this is route params. Oh, it's actually, I think, worse. I think it's params. I think the ID is inside it, is I think how it works. So now, so your social media campaign is memes. Literally, it's going to be memes. It's going to be memes and hilarity. I know people who would use exclusively for memes, so I think I like it. I think there's going to be an aspect of it which is like definitely useful for some people, and like that will make us feel good, right? It's like, oh, like my mom has to do this all the time. Bless her heart, she takes pictures on her iPhone and then has to like send them to people as JPEGs, and she just has no idea how to do it. And so for me, being able to just give her a website to be like, just literally drag and drop this, like done. You don't need to think about it. Currently, we like open them all in preview and export them as JPEG, which works fine. But you know, drag and drop is also really nice, right? Like that's just genuinely helpful. It's like, great, you did it. It works flawlessly every time. You don't need to worry about it. And then there's going to be the memes, which will, yeah, literally be the entire marketing campaign, which I think will just be funny. Like, I think it'll just be actually hilarious watching what people do to totally abuse our system in the best way. Const conversion, await Prisma conversion, find unique, where ID is the ID, params ID. So here we're getting the status of this, and now we can just do a next response, and the status is going to be conversion.status, right? And if we don't find the conversion, we're just going to return a new next response, JSON stringify, so many words to say 404. I literally just want to say 404, and now we can get rid of that, right? So this is a quick way to just be like, hey, like, what's the current, what's going on? What's happening? Because this will be polled by the user when they upload something to see what's going on. So in theory now, we can take, do we still have it here in the console? Did I refresh? Yeah, so we can take this ID, right? And now do curl http localhost 3000. It's going to be API up API status with the ID and 200 OK status pending. Boom, just like that. First time, every time. We're the best here. So basically, the client is going to poll this, you know, let's call it every second or whatever, and wait to find if the status is done, and then it will download the file. So how can we download the file? This is actually going to be the same thing here, right? We want to pass it through like that, and instead of doing this, it will also be I'll just copy this entire thing out, right? Download ID, perfect. This one can be deleted. And we're gonna get it, conversion not found. And then here, instead of going through all the pain before, we're going to ask ChatGPT, where'd you go, ChatGPT, to write the code to download it for us. Well, I wanna say we can probably just copy and paste what we had before and have it work. So I'm pretty sure it's basically the same thing, except instead of upload, it's download. So we will just grab this, and download, and this, and grab this, and import AWS. We're going to have to, unfortunately, reconfigure it because this may or may not exist globally on Vercel, because each of these will be its own Lambda function. I also want to say these might be protected keys on Vercel because they use this stuff for their own hosting. So we might need to add prefixes here when we do this in production. So instead of S3 upload, we want S3 get object, and bucket and key is good. So the key here, I wonder if we can actually, we have bucket and key, but is there like an S3 location we can pass in? No? All right, cool. In that case, we should probably save the key and the conversion instead of what we're about to do here. So let's just do conversion.file. Oh, well, that works. And let's see, you want what? Oh, that's the wrong one. So you want that, download params, download response, and the body is, oh, blob is not assignable. The body is what? Buffer, a whole bunch of different stuff, right? So depending on what we are downloading, it's going to be one of these. And we kind of need to like be able to pass any of this stuff into our response, right? When the next response is taking body in it, which is a readable stream or something that can be sent to that. So let's do a quick search. Middleware runs on every request. Would this live be available on the channel? It will, Quantum Rim. It will be live on the channel. You can watch it later if you want. Hey Ryan, welcome. Let's see. Let's just do a quick Google. Next.js download file from S3. Let's see. Okay, so they say create read stream. Let's do that instead. Did I kill my... somehow we killed our... So instead of doing a promise here, right, we're going to create the read stream. And so now this should just be a read stream instead of... And we can set the headers, and we can set the attachment, and we can pipe it into... All right, cool. So let's try... Oh, this is a old... Oh, this is the old one. This isn't the API directory. Can I just return the stream, though? How can I use it for changing my routes? In the middleware, you can redirect the user if you want to. This is going to have to change, right? This is the meme type, but we'll just do it for right now. And we'll just call this actually download dot conversion 2. All that is good, but this doesn't quite work. app directory route download file. Response body. Here we can do the headers, that's not a problem. Right, next response, we want body in it, which is a readable stream. So I want a readable stream, and this is internal.readable. How do I turn internal.readable into a readable stream? From web to web. Got it. No, don't got it. AWS SDK stream.readable. Class readable. And then they have, okay, so readable.toWeb. So we can try, I don't think I need to await this, right? So I can try now you're a readable stream any, but you only accept, oh my God. Of course, this would be a massive pain in the butt. This might actually just work fine. Let's just test it. I think it's just a type error, but I think this is actually like the proper thing. So well, let's see if this works. Okay. So we're going to find the conversion, and then we're going to download the conversion, and then we're going to stream it back to the user. Now, what this should do is we need to check if conversion is done, right? So we'll see if that works. So instead of doing this for status, we're going to do this for download. We got a 200 okay, so let's try it. Binary. Okay, so we're gonna set output to, we're gonna call this file.png, right, which is what we uploaded. And then if we open the current directory, there is a file! The same file we uploaded, in fact. But now we've downloaded it. One of these days I'm going to make it to the beginning of the stream. No worries, Ryan. I don't expect you to be glued to your screen. What we are doing, so for people who have just showed up, is we're building a online conversion tool that will convert any file to any file. The tagline will be convert anything to anything. And we're going to build out the web interface. We're going to build out APIs. We're going to build out some user accounts with higher limits. We're going to charge people money for it. And we're going to build the best file conversion thing ever. And most of the time, 90%, 95%, people are just going to like convert their pictures into other formats, right? Or their documents into PDFs. Like it's the most trivial thing ever. But you know, sometimes you just need a web service to do that for you. You're not on your computer. You can't export it as a PDF. So you know that's a useful thing to build. But then we're gonna build, you know, the document into the PDF parser. But the PDF parser can output JPEGs too. And then JPEGs can be turned into GIFs. And then GIFs can be turned into, I don't know, HTML websites. And so by piecing together, right, every single one of these transformers, you're going to be able to convert anything to anything. And the memes that come out of this is going to be the best thing in the world. So our entire marketing strategy is going to be memes and ridiculous ads that are just like, how can I convert X into Y? And then we'll do it, and it's going to be hilarious. So now we can download stuff, and we can check the status, and we can upload things. Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm so excited. So we can do a little more work here, but I think this is actually not the most important thing. We have our upload form, right, which is this form, and then we could probably just do this end to end here, I guess, right? So this is one form. So let's do, again, this is not pretty, but we're not trying to make it pretty. We're trying to make it work first. We're almost there. We're almost there. So now we're going to have, it doesn't really need to be a form, right? It needs to be a link that's going to open, and that'll do it. So this is going to be, I guess, just a button on click. It's not even a button, it's a link. A href download, all caps, right? Make it work good. And so this is going to be HTTP localhost. Don't try this at home, kids. Make sure this is actually, we don't even need this, do we? We just need API, download, and then the ID, right? And so now const ID set ID, right? And that's what we get back from here, right? So now we can do set ID res JSON .id. So again, not the best code, but basically we're gonna get the response, throw an error, otherwise get the JSON from it, right? And then we're gonna do the ID of the JSON, which is going to be what we said here. And then we're going to disable this. You don't need to disable it. So now you can click download, and it's going to download the file, but it's going to download the file only if it's converted, because here in our download route, we're now going to see if conversion.status does not equal conversion status.done, right? Hasn't been converted yet. This is a 400, and the error is file has not finished being converted. Cool. So we can now go back here to here to here to here to here. Choose a file. We're going to do the icon again. We're going to clear all this, right? So now we can click, so it's a PNG, so we're going to do convert it to a JPEG, click upload. So it's uploaded. And so now I can clear this and click download, and I'm going to get a 400 because it's not ready yet, right? And so if you look at our network request, error file has not finished being converted, which means our download API is working. And I can click back and download again. Does it keep my state? Didn't keep my state. So now we need to convert files. Let's go ahead and save this. Feature status API and download API. Okay. Again, we're not pushing because we don't have our database set up in prod. I'll probably do that after the stream, just because it's a lot of busy work. I'm going to set up a database on my own server, create a new S3 bucket for production, and add the environment variables to Vercel. So you saw how I did that all locally, so won't spend too much time doing that for production. I'll just go ahead and do that sometime this weekend as I hack on this a little bit. So here we have everything working except for the actual conversions. Let's go to my issue tracker and see where we're at. All right, upload API, done. Server status API, done. Server download. Hey, I got a new subscriber. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. I don't know if you're watching live, but if you are, hi, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Server download, we are done. Create conversion process. Yeah, all right, so 136 friends, here we go. We need to tackle this part. The conversion part. And so this isn't super complicated, but it is something I think different than a lot of you might have done. Basically, we're going to have a long running process that is going to pull records from Postgres that have to be converted, download said things from S3, run the conversion, save them back to S3, and I'm wondering now if we can, whatever, save them back to S3, and then update the status. And so for first thing starting, we're just gonna do this sort of stuff. And so the question is going to be like a couple questions. A, how do we do the conversions? And so for that, we're just going to be like, these are just a bunch of tools that I know off the top of my head, but we're going to experiment with any tool we need to over time, right? So like Mac OS convert, right? Heck to JPEG. How do you say that? Heck. And I'm like, okay, well, I want to do it on the command line. And so it's like blah, 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 ImageMagick, right? Command line tool to do this. And this can be installed on any Unix system. It's huge, right? So ImageMagick. It's just this massive sprawling library that does a billion things. It's very cool, very powerful, open source, fantastic tool. When we make money, back what I said, right, we're going to sponsor them, right? Because they would have helped us out. So that's really cool. And this sort of tool is what we're going to use. And so we're going to, how this will work is for our long running conversion process is it will load things from Postgres. It'll see what type it needs to go to. So JPEG, HIC, JPEG, HEIC, hike. It will then decide on the transformer, the converter that it has to use, depending on the types. And then it'll run a command on the command line that'll actually do this conversion. So this isn't going to exist within like the next.js app itself. It's something that's going to be outside of it. So we're going to do a brand new, not in Prisma, a brand new converter project, right? And anything it needs, it can like pull in from these other sort of sources, but it's going to be its own thing. And so we're going to have to write a bunch of code here to compile the TypeScript correctly and turn it into an executable, which we're going to most likely do with the Docker. So we will also create here a Docker file converter. So, thanks OBS. How this is going to work. Oh no. Did I lose internet or something? I think OBS just had like a little panic. It definitely just like sent me a notification being like, hi, I'm back. And I was like, excuse me? Let's just take a breather, everybody. If my stream dies and I only get half a stream on YouTube, I will be very upset. Ugh. Maybe everyone got kicked because I'm just so popular. This app is already making things crash. Hashtag, at least GitHub hasn't gone down today. All right, so what does this sort of thing look like, right? This is going to run as its own process. And so we're going to do like const main right? And then we're going to execute main. And this can be an async function, and it's just not going to take in anything. And so we're going to conversions, and it's going to basically pull in Prisma, right? Conversion. We're going to find many where status is conversion status pending. So step one, get all the conversions that need to be converted still. And so for each one, we need to basically, what are you suggesting I do? Yeah, no. For each one, we need to basically pull out the converter. And, oh, that's interesting. Copilot says I can like dynamically pull in the converter from to. And then we're going to call it, and then we're going to save the results. And so we'll call just like this function, right? Convert. Conversion. And so this is where we'll do the heavy lifting. So for this, we can basically just do await convert conversion. This will do all the work. And then we can do this. Right, so we'll check every second and we'll wait for all those things to be converted, and then we'll just do it again forever. So this is kind of like our main loop. We'll do it until we crash, and then when we crash, the Docker file process is going to exit, and then we'll just restart Docker. So this is like the poor man's queuing system, basically. And because we're only going to run one of these to start, we don't need to worry about locking the database, but we will want to do that very shortly afterwards once we kind of prove out this works and we think about scaling a little bit, right? But to start, we can just be a little messy and get it working end to end and then iterate. So just seems so big. So big. We want to look at our download code because we're going to need all of this as well. So we're going to configure AWS because we need to pull the information from AWS, and we already have Prisma, and we need a bucket as well to pull that information from. And this we can just kind of pull it as bytes, hopefully. The idea here is that basically we can only work in bytes. So let's go to, this is the converter file. Let's do, man, I don't know where exactly it should live. So let's do converters here. That's not what I wanted. Delete. So in the future, we're going to have converters for everything and everything. But to start, we basically just need it to be relatively simple. And so here for our converters, we can probably do something like export interface a converter, and this is going to take a buffer and it's going to return a buffer. And so a converter is simply a function. Why does it give me a timestamp? That's wild. A converter is simply a function which takes in bytes and returns different bytes. And it's a function, but it also knows what it can convert to and from, right? So from some file extension to some file extension, and that will define what the converter is. And we can do this with like a class if we wanted to, but I think it's gonna be simpler as just a asynchronous function. And so now for the image converter, export image converter, right? No, we want to import converter from def, export const image converter. Okay, and so what this looks like, there's a bunch of ways we can do this, but I think we have to be just more specific to start. So this is going to be PNG to JPEG. And then we can do from to, right? So this like makes a converter. There's an argument that this could just be a class, but I think fundamentally at the end of the day, it basically amounts to the same thing. So not sure it makes the biggest difference. Okay, and so now we have to do the actual conversion process itself. And so here we can do like image magic convert PNG to JPEG, right? And get an example of what this looks like. And so this is the command we have to do. We might be able to pipe stuff in and out, but we'll play around with that later. That's like an optimization. So there's a billion options that, of course, we can do, which we'll expose to the user at one point. But this is the command that matters, right? And so we basically just need to run this command, and rows, of course, is going to be like the input, and that's going to be the output. And so let's see, the converter itself is just going to change the bytes. And so what this is going to look like is going to be write file, and we're going to write it to, let's see, const UUID. Yeah, sure, why don't we just do random UUID from crypto? That's fine. File is going to be that. So now we can do, we're going to write out, right? It's from PNG. So this is going to be file, and we can just put this in like temp and the buffer. So we await the write file, and then we're going to return the read file at the end of the day. And then we're going to const, we're going to import exec, right? And exec takes a command. And so we can promisify it. import promisify from util. This is all just node magic. So now exec is going to return a promise, which is going to return some standard out and standard error, but we don't actually need any of that, right? Because we just wanted to exec the command, which is going to be run magic on the temp PNG, turn it into a JPEG, and then return that file as a JPEG as the buffer. So now in the conversion process, we are going to copy our S3. So the first thing is we're going to take S3, we're going to download it, and we're going to get the file conversion. And so now we're going to S3 get object. And I wonder if we can just get it as a buffer, which is exactly what we want. Create read stream is pageable, so we'll do promise. And then res dot body. It's not exactly what we want. S3 get object as buffer. Bum, 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 bum. Client 3 return promise instead of addition response body is no longer a buffer but a readable blah blah changes to response. Oh, okay, so they use get object. They do client v3, which maybe we can just use. No. We'll need to just update that. Ugh. Ugh. I don't want toString. I want it to be a buffer. So it's not what I want. The body is already a buffer. It's like, God. Why is this so annoying? Now, there is a world where we probably do want to use streams because we stream everything, then we can just like stream bytes, you know, straight to the disk. But that's not going to work for everything. Not every API allows you to stream things together like that. So I want to say using buffers is definitely going to be the safer way to do this. So I really want this to work the way I want it to. So this might be a buffer, right? That's the thing. It's the body, which could be a buffer or it could be a string or whatever. So we don't really know exactly what this is as it stands. So And then for our converter, right, let's do we can just import it, right? Oh, it's converter.image. So this is our hard-coded current converter. So we'll just pretend it's a buffer. And then we are going to get it converted, right? So now it is a JPEG. And then we can re-upload it. But this is going to have, we probably don't want file extensions at the end of these at all, most likely. Save that in a different so key is going to equal and then we upload it again. Okay, that was all the hard thinking we have to do, and now we need to make it a little more robust. But this, and then we need to update our conversion. So lastly, Prisma conversion update where ID is the c.id. And data, right, is going to be done. Now, this is obviously not the final code of our beautiful system, but it's enough to get going. So now let's see what we need to do to run this bad boy. So we're going to Dockerize this thing. We need to compile it. So we're going to borrow from, let's see, next.js has a next.js custom server. They have an example of this. Examples, here you go. Custom server. Custom server, this is in TypeScript. So we kind of want this. A tsconfig.converter file. And what this will do, converter.json, is hopefully not explode. I think we might need to have, yeah, something like that. And so this will be the command that we can use to build our converter into regular JavaScript, which we can then execute with Node. And so they should have in the custom server. Hey, Rubens, welcome back, welcome back. Basically this. Out directory, let's call this converter. Do we want to put it in the subdirectory there? Sure, why not? So if we run this command, let's see what happens. Okay, well, fine. Node modules dot bin. Run this command. Grumble, 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 grumble. Okay. tsconfig. This uses bundler and module resolution, but here we just want module resolution to be node because this is going to be a node module, right? So that should fix that. Hope. Okay, so what do we got here? Converter. So now if we look at our code, there's a dist folder in here. And it pulled in everything that it used to convert. So dist converter index, right? Here is our index file. We should be able to just run this with a bunch of environment variables to get it to kind of do its thing. So node converter, dist converter, not the prettiest of paths. Can't find module lib Prisma. Okay, so our module resolution is not working in our compilation. So the Prisma requires aren't working. So there's probably a couple ways we can do this, but I wonder if we can just make these relative to start and see if that will work. And then maybe we just keep it top level so we don't need to muck with the paths because they won't change. And so we'll just do dist here as well. So we can reconvert it. A little bit of trial and error here. And now we can just do node dist converter. This does have lib converter index. Okay, here we go. It looks like it worked and then exploded because we don't have any environment variables. So not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, crack. So let's see here. We want to read all this stuff in from the environment without leaking everything on stream, which is always the challenge, eh? Let's see, we don't need this folder anymore, just delete that. And although it looked like Prisma might have actually maybe worked, maybe not, who knows. All right. Let's see here. So we want to we can just export our database URLs as local, obviously. And then we can export out our AWS information as well. One, two, and three. And then we can like export, right, the bucket name. Boop. Okay, so now we go ahead and compile. The goal here, right, is I have ImageMagick installed locally, so it'll just use my local ImageMagick, and then we'll Dockerize it later. The goal is, let's jump into Post2Go. Let's duplicate you, and you are going to be local converter, and the database is just converter. And if we connect here, then we have our conversions. We have two of them here, which are the same thing, but they're both pending, right? PNG, JPEG, currently in PNG, so they're both pending. We want both of these to get converted into JPEGs. And so if we run this, this is going to, that's going to compile it. And then we're going to, right, we want it to pull in, download, and run the conversion, and then re-upload it, and then just wait. And I don't have any logs, so I don't know if it worked. Oops, maybe we should add some logs, huh? Ooh, okay, the status is now done, and we didn't update the current, and the file location appears to still be PNG. I love it. I love it. Okay, let's add some logs, and let's see if we can get this to actually work the way we want it to. So this is just gonna run, right? So we pull out all the conversions, we await them, we run convert, we download this information, so we have our response, we call this, and so in theory we get back the buffer. So let's just do console.log, downloading file, cool, and then the key, right, is going to be the file location, which I guess I'm using, yeah, we should, this is definitely not the best way to do it. Our bucket is going to be, right, set by the system, so we don't need the buckets, we really just need the key, and then we shouldn't include the file extension either. All that's bad, making this much more complicated than it needs to be. So we remove all that stuff, and then we replace PNG with that, so we have a new key. And then we have upload parameters, and we upload this, and we await it with the body, which is converted. So I don't know if this is running the way we expect it to. So let's do uploading to key, right? And then we update it in the status here. We really just need to update the right file location as well, which is going to be not the key. Okay, well, let's just do that for now, but that's so wrong. And then the current also, right? Current needs to be JPEG when it's good and done. Okay, so we need to come back. We need to rebuild it. We'll add in rebuilding all this in a little bit to make this, automatic, and then we can run it again. And this, of course, is going to do nothing, right? We can do console.log here, which is going to be, found these conversions, killed it, compile. So close, found zero conversions, found zero conversions. Now we know it's looping and doing its thing, right? And so here, we can now refresh this, choose a file, icon 2, and we want to upload it. We can only do one thing, right? So we can only do JPEG. And we're going to click upload, which should have uploaded. All right, so now it's downloading the file. So it downloaded our bucket and the key, and then it uploaded it back to JPEG. If we go back to S3. Where am I? Oh, I'm in like... Right, here's S3. Refresh. Oh yeah, we got a whole bunch of stuff now. This was 6649, uploading to 6649. Okay, so 6649 PNG, and here is 6649 JPEG, which is smaller, which is awesome. And so in post to go, refresh. Here we have what looks like the one that was just done, created at, right? PNG to JPEG 08, 13, 18 JPEG. So that's it. So now if I click download, right? Oh my God, it's a black box. We almost did it. Okay. We uploaded this. Wait, this actually might be right, because this has a bunch of transparency, right? And we converted it to a JPEG, and so the black would have been black. So let's just do a different thing. Let's do this one, right? Which is like an export thing. So let's, hang on. That might have actually been correct. We just picked a bad example. So this is a PNG, and we're doing it to JPEG. Clicking upload. Uploaded was successful. Look at our logs. That was successful. Back to this. Click download. This is pretty fast, all in all, right? Show. Ah, yeah. It was correct. We just had a terrible, terrible image with tons of transparency and black lines. So now we have successfully converted our PNG into a JPEG with our conversion service, which is freaking sweet. Woo! Okay, I need to run to the bathroom in a second here, but there's quite a bit of cleanup we have to do here. I don't like how I decided to do the key names. That was silly. I don't like, let's see. It's gonna get super busy in that bucket, but maybe that's okay, maybe not. We could do some sort of folder operation, but then we need to have like two names, right? You could do a UUID for the folder in S3, and then the files in it, and then like what do you call the file name in it, right? It's like initial, and then you like bounce. I don't think that's better. So maybe we just leave it at just like the UUID, no file extensions. No file extensions at all. And then we probably want to work on the user interface, and we also need to Dockerize this. Dockerizing it's going to be the big thing. So let's do all that in a second. I will be right back. I knocked over my water bottle. Oh. Oh. All right. We are getting there. Okay. What do we got? Hello. Hello. So the Docker thing here is going to be super important. So I think that's what we should definitely make happen next. We ostensibly node. I don't think we need anything specific nexty. We really just want, probably, I would love to use Alpine, but I think it's just going to be a little dangerous, honestly. Because all the utilities under the hood probably work fine with Alpine, and we can experiment with that, but it's definitely going to be safer to use something like Debian for the converter, just because I know it's going to work there, and there's not going to be any weird gotchas or anything of the sort. So, you know. Let's see here. Converter. Great. Thanks, GPT. What? All right, this is a good starting point, as any. We're going to probably want a Docker ignore. And this we know, right, needs to include the project file. So we need to update that. And then this is going to be, that's good, right? That's how we run it. Yep, cool. Okay, so Docker build. Do I have one here? Yeah. So Docker build Dockerfile dot converter, and then we'll give it a tag converter converter. Sure, close enough. All right. Let's see. Node 18 Debian does not exist. Probably just Node 18, right? We don't want Alpine, so we'll just do that. Try again. Okay, we're pulling something. Looks good. Transferring a bunch of stuff. Probably, maybe including node modules. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Work directory, installing pnpm, running pnpm install. Perfect. So now we're copying the rest of the project in. We're running the tsconfig convert here, and we're good. All right, so now we Docker converter. So now we can run converter. This will explode, right? Because we don't have some things installed. Okay, Prisma client cannot locate the query engine for runtime. This happened because the Prisma client was generated for ARM64. Well, there we go. I think we just want to run Prisma generate, right? After we do like that. Docker build. Let's try that. This is always such an exercise of trial of error, getting your project to be Dockerized and work properly. So not quite surprising that we're going to have several things we have to work through here. Okay, no, that did not actually do what we wanted it to do. We did run npx Prisma generate, but that didn't actually do anything that we wanted to. So I just want this to like, I don't want to have to do anything natively, right? I wonder if it's copying over the node modules. So let's just make sure it's not, and do a docker ignore. And make sure we're not copying in any node modules when we copy over the project. So let's go ahead and build that again. Transfer to much smaller context. Okay, here we go, right? We ran the converter, but it had no, yeah, so this, okay, so this is running, but then, oh, we haven't copied it over yet, right? So let's try that. Right, so we copy everything over, and then we rebuild Prisma, and then we can build the entire project. Okay, well that built. Try running it. Okay, cool. So now it failed because it can't reach the database, which is expected because it doesn't have any environment variables. Oh geez. Now we want to what? Connect one Docker instance to another Docker instance? Probably not worth it. Let's just leave it at that for right now and run it locally. Git status. So we want to make sure we're not copying in, okay, anything there. So now feature Dockerize converters and Docker. Okay. So that is our Docker file. And what we'll do is we'll set up GitHub Actions. So whenever we do a push, it will rebuild it. And then we can do a deploy script, which will, wherever we're running this, it will pull down the latest Docker and redeploy it. That's the plan there. So let's see. How are we doing? Here's our converter, needs a lot of love. We have this. So we need to obviously work on our user experience a lot. That'll be a never-ending battle. And then also we need to build out the conversion side of things over time as well. So one thing we're not doing yet with our conversions is, oh, we wanted to fix those S3 stuff too. Let's do that because that's a pain in the butt and awful. So when we're uploading our information, let's go back to Prisma actually here. We have a conversion, so we have a file location. This was like an S3 thing, but I think we just want to call this a key as a S3 key. And that will be what the file is. So maybe key and then current. So maybe like S3 key and then and what I want these to be, I believe, is these are not going to be file extensions, but rather I think these should be the meme type of the file, right? So instead of calling it a JPEG, we will use image/JPEG. And then these are going to have some canonical reference in our system to what the file extension will be. Because otherwise, the file extension itself is like slightly less specific than the meme type. And you can have things like HTML or HTML, which are the exact same thing, right? Different file extensions to the same meme type. But then you also have potential things where, depending on the file, like whatever the file extension is, right? The file extension is just not going to be necessarily specific enough to know exactly what the file is. Because people can just name a file whatever they want. And it might not have any extension at all, depending on how it gets uploaded. And so then you're just kind of in a pickle of like, okay, what am I doing here? And so if we go to like our page and our upload form, right? Basically, we set the file here. But if we wanted to, console.log, right, we can log out what this is. And go to our console and choose a file and choose the right export. Oh, sorry. I think I had to do a hard refresh here. Wake up. Open. Yeah. So here we get a whole bunch of information in the file API itself, besides like the actual file that has the bytes associated. We have a size, so we can immediately decide client side and server side if this thing is too big or not to use. We get a name from the file system, and we also get the type, right? So we get the fact that it's an image PNG. And if we go back to Finder, right? If we're uploading this file and we just like remove the file extension, and I'm like, okay, well, what if I just upload this, right? So now the name doesn't have a file extension and we don't have a type, which actually was not what I expected it to do, but is good to know. Right? And so I guess the file API is just getting what the type is from the file extension. But I believe get meme type from file bytes. Oh god, I can't believe I'm going to the Oracle help docs here. Jeez. Applications, file content sniffer. I don't. Ubuntu. Okay, so if we go to CD downloads and we do, right, Ray export. So there is a way on Unix systems, right, to be able to say, like, I don't have a file extension here, but I want to know what this is. And we can use the file API to basically poke at a file and understand what exactly it is. So client side, we can probably rely on the file extension, but then server side, we can use this API to really understand what it is, right? And if you move this to IamLying.jpg, we'll copy it, right? And then you ask file what it is, IamLying.jpg, right? Even though it's a .jpg, the file command understands that it's actually PNG image data, right? And so we can start being much smarter very quickly to understand what exactly this is. But the underlying thing is, like, if someone uploads a file that's incorrect, what we really want to do, right, is we really want to pull out that meme type to be like, what are you truly underneath the hood? And that's what we'll use to actually run conversions. And so we don't care what the file extension really is, we just care about what this is. And so in our Prisma schema, right, we can do a little editing of names to make this. The S3 key is what the current thing is in S3. But this is not going to have any sort of file extension. It's just a random UUID giant key generator that says, like, here you go, here's an S3 key. And from, man, I wonder how many files we can have in a bucket. It's probably, we're gonna find out one day. The from is whatever we decided on the server. The to is what you're going to. And these we're gonna have to map to the canonical type of data that it is. And then whatever state it's currently in, right? And so if we have, like, multiple steps, we basically don't finish until the from the current is equal to the to, if we're doing multiple steps. And that should do it. So if we go back to our terminal, what we can do here, go here, rm-rf. We're going to delete the Prisma migrations. We're going to restart Docker, clean everything up. We're going to Prisma, create a new one. Since we haven't done this in production at all yet, we can just blow everything away. And now we have to rewrite a bunch of code. All right, so upload first. Let's go ahead and jump into the conversion status, Prisma client, refresh the types. So the key, let's say the key is going to be 2 UUIDs smashed together. And we're going to replace all the dashes with nothing, so it's just going to be one big long key. So the key now has no file extension in it. So we're good there. So this is now S3 key, and we're just going to put the key here, right? So it's just the key. We know what the bucket is, we have the key. And so the from meme and the to meme and the current meme all need to be updated. So let's see here. For now, it's not great, but we can get the type, right? So from can be file.type, and that's the meme type. And to is going to be, I think it just has to be data.to. and we'll just have to set that appropriately. So 2 is to, current is this, and this is from, and now we're good on the upload route. Status route now is going to be find it and check it, that's the same. And the download route, this can now be simplified, which is very nice. The key is just now conversion.s3 key, right? That's it. And here, the content type now is also simplified. This is now just conversion dot whatever meme type we're converting it to. And the file name is going to be node.js meme type 2 extension. So here's a little library, a ton of downloads, so seems good enough, which we can look up meme types this way and we can do it the other way, right? So look up, I want content type, no, extension. Here we go, I want extension from this. Okay, great, perfect. Install. So we want what, content type? So fraud detector. Okay, doesn't come with types. What library doesn't come with types these days? Crazy. Install the types. Okay. Content type. So now we can do the content type of the conversion, which is the to meme type. Is there a better name than download? Probably, but we'll just call it download for now. All right, so now that's good to go. That's good to go. And now we need to go back to our converter, which is also broken. So now, again, we can just do S3 key. Nothing crazy there. Downloading the files, good. And the key, we don't need to do anything weird here, right? So we'll come back to the conversion in a second, but the key is now, the key can just be an entirely new thing, right? Right, so now we can upload it back to S3 with a new random key. We're going to save it to the S3 key location, which is the key. And the current is going to be image.jpg, which is the new meme type. Now we'll come back to this because this needs to be refreshed too, but that should be good. Okay. Refactor naming. All right. So the next thing is, let's test. Oops, come back. Let's test that we didn't break everything. Okay, refresh. So now I should be able to choose a file, and we'll do, we still only have one of these, right? So we only have, here's one, right? This random file, this is a PNG. Open, inspect, network. Now we have to say to image.jpg. I think it's EG. Yes. Right, so now we can upload you. Upload. Okay, so the upload still worked. And now we can run our converter. Right, so we can do node. We Dockerized it, but we don't want to run it. Okay. This key is awful because uploading to key. I would have thought it didn't have one of these callbacks. Oh, uploading to. No, that's right. Uploading to key. Downloading file. Okay, well, that shouldn't have worked. Downloading file, download params key. Oh, we messed up in the upload, didn't we? In the upload, we did UUID, which, does this just call the crypto API? Random UUID webpack return. Maybe there's no point in doing this at all, right? So maybe we just import that. Okay, well, honestly, that might have actually worked, which is terrifying. And then we uploaded it, and we can now check post-to-go and refresh. Right, so now we have our image PNG from to image.jpg, current image.jpg. That's what it does, it did that one. Interesting. Right, that happens in the converter. It used a different, oh no, I did this. We should do content, no, not content type. Yes, content type, where's my library? Come back to me. We want the lookup. Probably safest just to use this library for everything, right? So we'll do lookup, meme types, JPEG. Again, hard-coded, not perfect. It returns false, that's interesting. String. And I should be able to, even though that was messy, AF, download it. Download image underscore JPEG. Download. Content type. Okay. And download again. Download.false. Well, that's just perfect. Should be. Right? Just .jpg. And it is a JPEG, so it's converting. It's just... We're looking up the the content type. I want extension. That's what we want here. There we go. Save and click download one last time. One last time. All right. Sweet. Now it's working. Okie dokie. Delete all those test files. Okay. Okay. So what we can do is I want to spend a little more time with our converters because this code is a little too hard-coded for what we need. This is pretty good, where you basically have this converter. But, right, we're not really just like having single converters. What we have is we have a lot of potential converters. Converters for our converters. Converters, converters, and more converters. And transformers, and a whole bunch of other fun stuff. And so what we need to build in code is we need to build this graph. And so what we can do is we can import every converter that has been exported. And we can do probably some fun magic there. And we can import all of those. And then for each of the meme types that it supports, for each of these meme types, what we can do is each of these forms a node in our graph. And the edges are formed by the transformers, by these converters, going from 1 to 2. So JPEG, PNG, right? We have our PNG to JPEG, which is this converter. So this is a node, this is a node. And then the edge is going to be sort of an edge object that has this converter in it. And so then when we want to do the conversion, we can say like, where are you? And we can get this node. And then we can essentially ask for, give me the path of edges, the path of converters to get to this node, right? And then we'll have an array of converters and we can just run through each one and do the conversion. So this, let's see, we're going to have a node, and a node is going to have a type, which is a string, and then it's going to have edges, which are edges. So then we have an edge, and an edge is going to have a converter. Right? And now the converter, we can probably pull in some of the logic here, but these are going to be directed always, right? So it's PNG to JPEG, not the other way around. So from a node to a node, right? And now we have our edge, and now we have all of our nodes. And so what we can do to create this graph is we can pull in all the converters, and we can just do this at like the very first runtime, right? Import all from and honestly, we should probably just have an index.ts file here, which is going to export everything from each of the sub ones, right? So export everything from image, and so this you can just do export everything from here, and you are good to go, right? So import everything as converters from converters, and so see if we can make this work the way we want it to. The nodes in our, how are we going to want to reference these, right? All the nodes basically, we want it to really be a record of string to node, right? And we're going to take all the converters I guess these are all just keys. Object dot keys, right? And so this is a key. And so we're going to do nodes consts, yeah, we just want that. Converter dot to equals type converter dot to edges blank array are. All right, we'll fix this type in a second. So this should obviously be fine, right? So we get the keys of all the converters, and the converters are just whatever. The name doesn't really matter. The fact that we just import them all matters. And now we have a converter, and then we have the two, and then we also have nodes from which we won't want to override, right? Our little graph theory. Right, so we can just default it to whatever is there. Or a new thing. So, and then we want to, right, for the converter, we want to add it in particular, right? Each converter, we want to add it as an edge from the node that it starts from going to. So like that. Is this good? I don't know. Export nodes as graph. Export. I guess we can just like you don't want me to do that? Oh, I think do I need to do that? No, no, no. Export nodes. Okay. So when this is read, we read in all the converters. We run through for each one. We get the converter. We make sure the node exists, right? Nodes converter from the to, also from the from. Right? If it exists, then we're good. Otherwise, we're going to set it to and from. Those are the meme types, right? Image, JPEG, JPEG, great. And then the from gets this as a edge. And so we're going to push it from here to here to here. And so now we can do something like export find path from and to. Sure, let's see what this logic does. Thanks, Copilot. Nodes from, right, if start and end, then we're going to return null. There was no path. We're going to make a set of visited. We're making a queue of the start nodes as an array in an array, while queue length, pull it off. I don't know if that makes sense. If the node equals the end, then return what? Otherwise, we're checking for cycles? Why are we doing this? This feels like it's a little over-engineered. Right, but what we're essentially trying to do here is, given the start and the end, we want to do the breadth first search to run through and keep adding them. And so in a breadth first search, if we start with, you know, a PNG, then we want to add everything you can go from a PNG, right? All of the PNG start. We want to get all of the edges. And, oh, I see. It's like making a path each one. You want to get all of the edges, so PNG, like JPEG and GIF and HTML and TXT. And then work your way through it until you find the end node. But I want to say we can just do this with a better engine here. So let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this logic. JavaScript, it's TypeScript. Whatever. Wait, what? It's given a list of nodes, but then it's going to put... Oh, okay. Initialize the queue with the starting node type. Current. Oh, God. All right. This logic seems a little more acceptable to me. guess we should check. If not current. All right. Let's see if this works, friends. So, the idea is we no longer need to hard code a bunch of this stuff, right? Now, we can find the path. And instead of doing nodes, we can just fine. We don't need that. So we can now find the path of converters from the graph, right? If I haven't lost you already. And so this is potentially an array of converters, although I guess we have to work on our types a little bit. And we're returning, right, obviously null if no path exists. Oh, and find could return that. Let's just hard cast that to make this much nicer. So if no converters, then we're going to log an error and continue. And the error is going to be could not convert from to there, console.error, and then we exit out of this function, right? Otherwise, we do have a path, and so now we can just do for the converters, this is returning a list of nodes. Oh. I don't want a list of nodes though. I want we want to change this, don't we? A list of edges that make the path. We want the edges, not necessarily the nodes. Well, that might be much nicer. So now we have an edge, and so for each edge, we can now just do let's call it edge, right? Edge dot converter, convert it. We don't need that. So now we can run through as many as we need to do the conversion. And upload the final thing, and we upload it. And this is going to be, we're no longer looking up JPEG, right? We're looking up converters. Converters dot length -1, 2. Type. I guess it's as string anyways. We'll have to double check the logic. Okay. Wow. I feel like I've just resurfaced from, oh my God. We're back. Whew. It was like super, super deep logic there. Doing that on stream is wild. You just like go into a state of pure mind-bending coding to be like, okay, how exactly does this need to work, right? And then you get there, hopefully, sometimes. All right, so now we have our converters. Bugs can be annoying. Bugs can be annoying. Bugs certainly can be annoying. And we're gonna have tons of bugs here. What are we doing here today? Hey, Jesse. Yeah, it's a good time to do a recap. So we are building a brand new SaaS product. It's not even quite live yet. We just started today. And it will convert anything to anything. That is the goal. The goal is to take every file type in existence and be able to convert it to any other file type. And this is going to result in a bunch of hilarity, and that's basically going to be our entire marketing campaign. And there's gonna be a bunch of fun stuff we can do. So obviously you have like image formats, which are like really straightforward, and then like document formats, which are very straightforward. But then being able to turn your Word document into a picture, well, that's much less straightforward and perhaps much more exciting. So we're gonna see what sort of hilarity we can do. And then we're also gonna have like APIs for all this stuff. And then lastly, we're going to have in the future the ability for like you to write little custom transformers, so you can like insert in custom logic in a strand of like conversions and basically build your own state machines, which is going to be really, really cool. But right now it looks like this. We're just working through the logic of building out this graph basically, and how that is possibly going to work, which I think we just surfaced out of. And so what we can do here, so right now we can only convert PNGs to JPEGs, right? But we can actually make this a lot better very, very, very quickly. This is just the power of the tools we're using underneath the hood, right? So one thing I kind of need to know is what file types premium stuff for free. I mean, we'll see how much we give away for free versus what costs a little money. The goal is to build this in such a way that we can generate a little buzz and excitement and get someone to buy it. The goal is to build a business that we sell. Let's see. So I kind of want to know ImageMagick supported formats, right? What does ImageMagick support here? Great. What's this list? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Magic. Identify. Hello. Oh my God. Okay. So ImageMagick can do like the WebP format, right? So if we just go to our downloads, right, and do like open, like what's water here, right? Water looks like this. This is water. And then we do magic water.png to water dot, right, WebP. And then we just open water.webp. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so this is fantastic. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a little bit of node module trickery. And we're going to just do like a converter, right? And this is going to build our converters for us, and it's going to return a converter, okay? And so this seems perfect. And so we can now build a converter. So now we can kind of do const, and I want to say it's bidirectional for everything. So we'll find out. Formats, right? And we'll do something like that. And honestly, we can probably just do, we want to export them all as like names, I guess, right? Right? Doesn't matter. Does it matter? Or can you just export them all as like a single key called converters? So can we just do export converters? And I mean, there's a lot of stuff here. We're gonna have to figure out which ones we actually support. Like, do we support Adobe Illustrator things? BMP sounds like something we could support pretty easily, right? BMP. BMP2 and BMP3? Sure. almost certainly we're going to want to put these in a configuration file and never think about it again. Canvas, caption. I'm just looking for things that are like familiar to me, right? That I have done something with before, / relatively popular. We can always, like fax machines. Excuse me. Right, obviously we have GIF in here already. HTML, high efficiency image format. There's 2 of these, HEIC and HCIF. JPEG, do they support JPEG like X? Not yet, or at least the one I do doesn't. All right, this seems like a pretty good list to start. We're not doing movies yet. A lot of PNG stuff. Photoshop will come later. No, come back. I want you. Right? Oh my God. Can't type. Streaming too long. Streamer dead. Okay, so if here are the formats that we're going to support, and this is the build converter, what we want to do, right, is bubble it and do for every format, for every other format. Can you convert something to itself? That is the age-old question. And our meme type, we want to take a lookup, right, from like the extension and do a lookup. And honestly, what we'll do is we'll do that here. If this happens, it's a developer error, and we're going to throw a new error because we want it to break at like as soon as possible, and then we don't need this. We can just remove all that, and so now we can do our exports and do this crazy sort of blah blah, doesn't really matter what the name is, and we're good to go. Okay. Oh, but then this kind of broke the entire thing because you don't know what's in here. The converters. Just want to make sure that's the type we expect it to be. All right, you are angry at me. You are a converter, which you think you might be one of many things. But that's all we said you should be. So building our graph is currently failing because the converters. Oh, well, yeah, I guess, yeah. So this should be still, right? As that. Try that again. Okay, and then see if we can run it. Could not find meme type for BMP or BMP2. Okay. In that case, the simplest thing is going to be just not support it right now because we are on a clock. So go back to our image and let's get rid of all those that I added and try this again. We'll have to make our own meme library. That sounds exciting. All right. So now we have all these, like now we instantly have all these converters, right? So JPEG to PNG and like PNG to JPEG. We have all these in GIF to whatever. And so we should now be able to basically support any image conversion from anything to anything already. So obviously being able to like select this stuff would make this a lot easier. But if we choose a file, let's see, let's do, this is a bunch of Mid-Journey stuff that I do for my blog. So here we'll do, this is a PNG, which is what Mid-Journey gives us. And then we want it to be, right, let's do an iPhone format. Can I do that? Okay, right? So we can do that. So I'm saying now, given a PNG, go to the iPhone format, question mark? This is already getting fun. Upload. Appeared to have worked. So here we crashed. All right, so we downloaded the file. That's good. Here's our key. That's good. If current type.node.typeend cannot read properties undefined, reading types. The current .node was undefined in our conversion graph. Okay, so our find path here is broken. Are you surprised that ChatGPT wrote bad code? So this here is what's currently broken. Current shoe. So if not current continue. So current.node is what is currently empty. So current is this. Current we get out of the queue. The queue we push the nodes. The nodes or whatever node is at the start. That's what we want to see. And so the node is that. So maybe my graph nodes, conversion to, conversion from. Oh boy. Somewhere in here we have something that's not quite working. And I need to figure out where it is. Console.log, let's start debugging. Let's debug the nodes first. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna run both of these commands in sequence to speed up the debugging process. So each node, right, HEIC has a type associated with it. This is all good. There's also an undefined node here with type undefined. That's a little interesting, but it has some edges. Edges.undefined. So let's see. So one of these converters is, oh, probably because we export multiple things, right, from our image thing. So we pull in everything from image. We export like the formats, and that doesn't have, that's not a converter. So we don't want to export that actually. We only want to export the converters. So let's try that to start. Okay, still crashed, but now our graph hopefully is correct. Okay, so our graph looks pretty good. Basically everything goes to everything else. I wonder if I need a graph database for this. Converters, these all look good now. Our nodes all look pretty good. And so if current node dot type, so the current dot node is undefined in our graph. So that's what you would expect it to be. So visited is basically every meme type to a Boolean, and the queue is a node. So the very first thing in the queue is going to be the nodes at start with no path. Visited start true. Perfect. Queue length. So get the current one. So let's just log current and see what happens as we pass through this. Okay, so current undefined. So we're not looking this up. Maybe we're not looking it up by meme type. So from and to. From and to. So we're getting from and to. All these should be, I guess they should be the meme types, right? Based on the node. Was that what we saw in our graph? Console.log. Let's go back to the graph. It's not what I thought I saw, actually. Yeah, so our graph actually just has like file extensions. The types just have file extensions. Gotta take off. Super cool seeing this come together. Yeah, end product. I'll see you in a year, Ryan, when I'm still working on this. Okay, so our types and our keys are wrong. So here we have 2 and 2, and that gets converter.to, which means the converters are wrong, which means if we go here, from and to, we're passing in the wrong ones. Okay, let's try that. All right, now we have some movement here. So now the nodes are all have the correct types and all the correct meme types, which is good. And now the current one can actually look things up, so it's looking it up by meme type, so that's good. And then we command failed. Okay, magic temp. Now we have image. Now we need to get the extension, right? So, geez, oh geez, oh geez. Okay. So when we do this converter, we're going to get something, and we have from and to. These should be meme types. So this is going to be extension of the from. And now this is going to be extension from, and not to, but extension of 2. And then we're going to read out the extension of 2. Okay. A lot of translating back and forth here, and we probably want to be able to do that nicer. Okay. And then the current meme type of false at the end of all of that, even though it successfully translated. So now nodes, this is index, so Prisma conversion update, look up. We'll probably just bail out of this much sooner, right? If we can't do it. Something like here. Const meme. To type. You would think that would be it. Console.log. So here we're checking our converters. Get like the last converter, right? Get all the converters, length last one, get the converters, get the last converter, and the last converter should have a node associated with it. And then the meme type should be that. And since it broke, we should just be able to run it again. False still. What is this? Oh my god. Convert. What did I call this? Uploading to convert. Okay, so convert dot to dot type. Oh. So this is all correct. Our library just doesn't understand what this is. Can that really be true? That's crazy. So here's the meme DB. Oh my god. Okay. It's been added, right? So why didn't this work? It's been added here, September 20th, 2018. And the last version was released when? 2022? 2018? Feels like this should be fine. File name or extension. We want extension, right? We just want that. All right. Try this again. uploaded to here. Okay, so after all that, if I click download, I get a download.heic, and there's my picture. I love it when I win. Okay. Woo. All right, friends. I think that's where we're going to call it good for today. So that was 4 hours, and where we currently sit is we can basically convert almost any image format into any other image format. So that's what we can do. We have our web app on the front end, which is next.js, and we're going to update a few of the environment variables, and then it will be ready to go in production. We still need a name, so if you have a great name idea, go ahead and throw it into the comments or into chat, because we want to build out a little bit of a brand. And the goal is, right, to convert any file into any other file, with the most common ones being, the most easy to make happen and pretty straightforward. And then we're just going to get crazier from there. So we started with the image formats, and we have a bunch of those that we now support. Probably have to make a page at one point for all the supported formats. The user interface is pretty lacking, so that's what we're going to sort of tackle next and build out just a much prettier experience, because that's going to be very important for anyone who lands on the page. And yeah, then we're going to go from there. So properties. Thank you everybody for stopping by and doing some fun stuff. We did some graph theory for building out our graph, and we will see kind of where we take this. The goal is to build this into something that, as Dadbot said, I guess, makes a ton of memes and gets some fun excitement around and get some users using it. The metric we're going to track is going to be conversions, and we want just as many conversions as possible and get enough people converting it, and then we'll see if we can sell it to get someone to buy it. And in the meantime, I guess we can try and make some money. So that's where we're going with this entire project. Tune in next week. I'm going to try and stream Tuesday and Thursday. I might do some work on this on the side, so not everything is going to be streamed. If there's something that I really want to kind of tackle, probably code cleanup and refactoring. If there's anything useful, I will, of course, make a video about it. If you want some of the code, and you want me to go over something specific that we're doing, just drop a comment into the channel and kind of say what you want me to cover, and I will happily build that out. And yeah, until next time, I hope you have a great weekend, and I will see you later. Bye.